There we go. Hello. Hello, hello. Hope you had a nice week, everyone. Tolerable, at least. We are back. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. We're back with the No Town Challenge. And actually, why am I starting the stream in town? Absolutely disgusting. Here we go. Hello, welcome to the stream. But I came back to the computer to see some chatting of about what your favorite challenges of mine have been. That made me feel good. Glad you guys like the content. Hi Zarfen, enjoy your YouTube and here first time. Glad we're living in the same time zone. Makes it easier to catch. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm happy you're here. And again, sorry to all the American viewers that I stream on terrible times, but that is unfortunately what it is. Is the hat accidental or covering bad hair? You know what? I put it on to flatten my hair down because I had one of those boink. But then I meant to take it off before the stream. So it was accidental, but it was weird hair related. Actually, let me see. How does it look when I have a cap on when I stream? Doesn't look like it usually does, but the shadow over the eyes isn't that bad. But I guess you can't see my eyes. Well, I'm not gonna play like this. Alright, maybe cap Zarfen or like hat Zarfen can be a DLC in the future or an expansion. Hats have no place being worn indoors. I actually agree for the most part. American viewer here. Glad to have something to watch at 4 AM while I farm for Galdagger in Classic. Oh man, you need to go to sleep. Well, I'm not your dad, so do whatever you want. Do you at least have a chipped topaz in that hat? I wish, I wish. It's only 12 AM in this part of the US. Oh, alright, so for the westmost part of the US, maybe this is better, because if I start at my usual time, it's like 2 AM or 3 AM. 1 AM here. Well, it's like late night radio that they have on to keep truckers and people working the night shift company, I guess. Is YouTube/streaming your full-time job? Yeah, it is now. It didn't always used to be like that, like not when I started the channel, but right now it is. And I feel very grateful for being able to do this full-time. Less talking, more painting. I figured I'll front-load the off-topic talking. Just waking up and playing D2R on Xbox in bed. Oh, that sounds pretty nice, actually. Good morning, Floxinator. Alright.
Good day to you, partner.
Oh, thank you, Bat Bastard 69 for 20. Fellow man of culture. So, we're back with the No Town Challenge, and the rules are very simple. I am not allowed to go to town or speak to NPCs unless I absolutely have to. And the only times I absolutely have to is to speak to an NPC to go to another town. So I will never go to town for a side quest. I will never go to town to heal, to repair my gear, to buy stuff, or to get a mercenary. So we're living off the land. We're one of those off-grid YouTube channels, but in Diablo 2. And I'm trying to remember exactly what we did last time. Oh, I have a bunch of unused stat points. We have a gemmed hunter's bow with a single tail rune, which somehow still gets the job done. And then we have some random javelins. Double chipped gem hat. Non-suckered studded leather. 9 magic find and 1 dex amulet. Right, I remember that. Rare ring, belt, ring. Oh right, hotspurs. Yeah, we found Hand of Brock, but they broke unfortunately, and hotspur last time. Pretty cool. So a pretty weak character, like a poorly geared character. But I think last time it was alright. We're still in Act 2, normal after all. And I'm mostly putting my points into Plague Javelin, because I think that is a very resource efficient spell. Like it deals a lot of damage per javelin, and of course I can't buy more javelins. How the hell does he repair? That's the thing, I don't. Well, there are actually a couple of cube recipes. You can put a rail and a piece of armor into the cube to repair the durability, or an ort and the weapon, or the runes might be switched, but you can repair items in the cube. But for a solo self-found run, the repairs will be limited. There are also crafting recipes to make javelins and make arrows. But of course I am also having a few points in magic arrow, which actually doesn't say that in the skill description, funnily enough, because it is, in my opinion, one of the main features. It does not use arrows, so I have 414 arrows right now. And I still have 414 arrows. Oh, you should try and farm barracks and jail for tomes. True. Let's start with that. Does guided arrow use arrows? Yes, it does, unfortunately. Otherwise, having a infinitely spammable, always hitting attack would be pretty sweet. And of course, my inventory looks like this. Actually, someone told me in a YouTube comment about if I throw the cube on the ground, it will empty itself automatically. Very useful, thanks for that tip. Let's take a gamble that this ring isn't great. 22 life, you say? Well, have you considered magic find? 1 to life, alright. Well, cleared up a few inventory slots.
Carry anymore.
Alright, let's do the true when you're way too deep in Diablo 2 challenges. Let's go grind for tomes. So right now we're looking for bookshelves, in case you weren't here last time, because bookshelves can actually drop tomes, and that is the only way you can find a tome out in the world. Otherwise you have to buy them, and that is of course a no-go. Still picking up gold, apparently, even though I can't use gold on this run. Hey KP, 16 months, thank you. 16 months of pure commitment, it's been a grind. I appreciate it, thank you man for the support. Is your internet situation better? Ooh, bookshelf. Tome of Identification. Yeah, let's go. This is like the finding a low rune version of maybe not a low rune, but this is like the lem rune of this challenge in terms of how great it feels to find. In hindsight, I should also probably have still checked the other bookshelves, but it's fine. Well, that seemed very easy, right? But last stream we went through all of the barracks and all of the jail, looked at every single wall to find a bookshelf, and it never dropped. This stream it drops on the first try. 9 identification scrolls. Blessed. Excuse me, where is the... Oh, I was like, where is the waypoint? Yeah, no town means no stash as well, which, of course, that's a challenge for me. And also, before we really get into it, it seems like this has been really popular. The VOD on YouTube has like 30,000 views. That's almost like a video amount of views. So, you know, thanks for the amazing support on this series so far. Look at that. A full... I can fit any item in here. Bring on the, like, gothic bows or whatever. I can fit whatever in this little hole here. Oh, I was trying to... that's a quote I was trying to remember. You've heard about double campfire LK, but have you heard about triple bookshelf jail spawn? I forgot that I said that. It can be funny sometimes. Battle axe. Man, after doing something completely different for a week, it's hard to remember like what's valuable and not. And I guess most things can be valuable, but like potions. Right now I am a little bit low on health potions specifically, which is of course bad news for going up against Duriel. I think we're on players 1. Might be interested... It feels like players 1, yeah. I might be interested on... Sorry, in is the correct word. I might be interested in going to players 3 for the tombs to get some more loot. But I have to remember to turn it down before Duriel again. Yeah, it was really rough in the Arcane Sanctuary when we did, but that's because for a part of it I accidentally went to players 8. I thought I went to I went to players 3, and then to open the chests at the end I went to players 8, and then I didn't turn it back down, so I spawned a bunch of players 8 specters, which I think have a really high poison immunity or poison resistance. Countess. You could kill the Countess for a second Tal rune. I'd probably be interested in revisiting the Countess before we actually kill Duriel. For either a Tal or Rel. Well, I think I could find a use for a lot of the runes. So the problem is, if the rune isn't immediately useful, how long am I willing to carry around a rune that I might not use for a long time? In a way you can say that about a lot of my items, but... Right, let's try and... I only have 33 javelins left. But the AoE is very good. Ooh, but they are not taken down in a single Plague Javelin right now. On players 3 anyway. Also, I'm taking too much damage. It feels like I'm still waking up. in Diablo 2, not in real life. I've been awake for plenty of time today. Hi Zarfen in chat. So who else started their own No Town journey? Or own no Town run? Yeah, there were plenty of comments on YouTube on like the VOD afterwards about people doing it themselves, and that is always cool, of course. When people see something on, and then start their own. Ooh, scroll. Forgot about that, or missed that the first time.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you, Chef Sid, for the Prime sub. Thank you for the support. And also, while I'm fighting and trying to read at least some of the chat messages, I'm also thinking in the back of my mind, alright, which cube recipes are relevant already? There are so many cube recipes in the game that are rarely useful, but that could be very useful for this run. We could call them like... Well, the problem is crafting is a specific term in Diablo 2, but we could like craft... For example, oh, sometimes the game just has the perfect timing. Look at this. A vogue and a couple of arrows, just as I'm talking about... thinking about unusual cube recipes. Oh, actually, this is a polearm, never mind. Oh, but this might be a spear. Yeah, this is spear. Let's edit that out later. So, when I'm talking about odd, free, like niche cube recipes, I find a crude brandy stock and a couple of arrows, which you can combine to a set of javelins, which is, you know, usually 100 gold at Charcy or whatever. But that drop alone, those two crappy items, like tripled or quadrupled our stack of javelins, or somewhere in between. Thank you, Labram. I have watched most of your videos and now I get to watch you live before falling asleep. I'm glad you enjoyed the stuff. Sleep well, eventually. I love that we have to use base white javelins. Yeah. That's true. I mean, we can find magic javelins. Like finding a pair of javelins with the replenishment mod, like replenishes quantity, could be super powerful. But we're not gonna be able to do that through the cube. But I mean, eventually, hopefully, we'll find some javelins. Because I believe these ones were also cubed, so I'm not sure if I have found any. Well, there goes my stash space. Already gone. I guess, I might be interested in cubing some resistance rings. Nah, probably not. A little bit of lightning damage. It's good, but the problem is that right now, one Tal rune dwarfs 1-4 lightning damage so much. Also, I'm noticing that my minimap is very visible. I usually have a bit of opacity on the minimap, I think, but it seems like that has gone away. But maybe that's nicer, because it might be easier for you to see as a passive viewer, like to see the map. And it doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me that much. It bothers me a little bit. I think we found another charm. Now, someone was asking why I keep all the gems. Mostly because there is a cube recipe. Oh, I'm taking too much damage. But it's kind of hard to see those projectiles. The black poison projectiles from those guys in a dark dungeon. So maybe I should actually go back to players 1 to conserve some resources for Duriel. Because surely I do want a bunch of potions for Duriel. And now I'm not really building up my potion stack. Well, I guess I am. I started with like no potions. Now I have at least 2 to spare. And I kind of need to rush down the mummies, right? So actually, let's go down to players 1. The enemies that has already spawned as players 3 will not be weaker, but
Good day to you, partner.
oh, I ran into that one. But as long as I can dodge the poison, it's probably fine. Small shield. Also 1 socket. Hey, Mr. Todd. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Big room. We might actually have to go and do some potion farming somewhere before Duriel. Because the tombs did prove to be a little bit tougher than I thought at players 3 anyway. And the enemies I'm fighting right now should probably have spawned in before I lower the player setting again. So these are probably players 3 monsters. Well, that seems like something that should be reserved for ghosts, like actual ghosts, not mummies, walking through doors. Oh, finally.
Can't carry anymore.
Well, good timing on that other javelin find, because now I'm down to 15 in my previous stack. Did we kill Radamant? No. Because I figured it required an extra trip to town. Now there might be some ways around that. But I haven't decided how I feel about that yet. I think I'm still okay using identification scrolls on charms. And I'm glad I did. This is pretty solid. But it's also... Well, this can of course go easily. But even if I have good charms, reserving a bunch of inventory spaces for charms is pretty expensive in this challenge. Because I kind of need the space for resources. But I guess the really good charms are still really good charms.
Not enough mana.
Oh, I made it out. I was a little bit afraid of getting surrounded there. And so far I'm actually pretty happy with the Amazon character selection. Like, if I had picked a melee character, even though the barbarian would have a fine potion already, they would take so much more damage, right? Grand charm. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think for now we can actually get rid of flawed gems. But chipped gems could be useful. I hate doing this in a one-socketed armor, but at least we get some use out of it right away. 5 to strength. No. Eat these 5 javelins. Another interesting route we could go that I thought about is using strafe, because that also fires a lot of arrows for 1 arrow. But I'm not sure. I think we need to rely on elemental damage from javelins. Can't you use a horodic the horodic cube for can't you use horodic for gems to merge them? I can, but the reason I want to use the chipped gems to re-roll magic bows. Or magic javelins actually, but they need to be magic to start with. I'm not that interested in cubing like chipped and flawed gems all the way up to like perfect. I think that reserves too much inventory space. But I would need to find I need to find a bow, like a magic bow, to do that little trick. Which would be very easy to shop for in town, but right now, not so much. I also need to keep thinking about what about when my items break. So let's see what this helm is. 1 socket. None of my items are breaking right now, so maybe I'm not in that much of a hurry to secure that.
Good day to you,
I keep taking so
partner.
much damage. And, you know, I know that I'm the one playing the game. But it has quickly become a big problem, and I don't feel like it was that big of a problem last time. Maybe I need to warm up a little bit more. It feels like from this orientation, it feels like the chamber should be this way. But we explored all of this. I guess it can go up like this and then to the left. Well, it can of course do some weird loop around as well. I've seen that before. Whoa. Door campers. But now that we went back to players 1, Plague Javelin is really strong for the time being. But I definitely need to go and farm some potions, and the question is, where do I even farm for potions? Like health potions? Because in a perfect world, I wouldn't take a bunch of damage while I farm the potions. Preferably somewhere without mummies, I guess, is my main concern. Because mummies keep resurrecting the skeletons. Ooh, another... So maybe the Arcane Sanctuary isn't that bad actually if we do it on players 1. And now I'm gonna try to not heal, because I'm close to a level up, and that is one of the few free heals I have available to me. Yeah, exactly, it's Sanctuary with path blocking, and sure, the Vampire Lords, or what they are called in normal, but the vampire guys, they can cast spells, which can be a little bit harder to run away from on the platforms, but like Goatmen and Ghosts should be very easy to take down. Actually, now I kind of wish that I hadn't socketed my armor, because a skull in an armor will be free healing. So I think someone talked about it last time, that I should look for some life regen. And that seems like a good idea. Oh, thank you, H2 Evil. I didn't see you. Thank you for 3 months. I appreciate the support. Even as a small subscriber. Thank you for the support. This looks like a dead end. But it also doesn't look like I can connect here. It does. Well, actually, let's go see. No door. I'm also realizing that I'm probably worrying too much about being super efficient with my javelins, right? You could see there I was like trying to hit the mummy and then make sure that all enemies walked into the cloud, so I like ran very close to the enemies, which of course will cause me to take more damage. But this scales pretty well with every level as well. I mean, it takes longer to deal the damage, but 3.6 seconds is still not a lot, and 200 poison damage is very nice. Yeah, Tomb with lack of vision and Mummy seems like a bad time to stay for long. I agree. But just to clarify, this is the correct tomb, so we will need to we will need to go here anyway, so instead of going away right now, I thought I might as well stay until I find Duriel. Or Talrasha's chamber, I guess. Well, they kind of go hand in hand. But it seems like I got a little bit of a sneaky map. Oh yeah, look, one-shotting the skeleton minions with one plague javelin. You love to see it.
I need mana.
Beautiful. Alright. We reach a fork in the road, or a crossing. What's the difference between a fork in the road and a crossing, or like a cross T-section?
I am overburdened.
Is it just that a fork in a road is like author language? Or is there a difference? Finally caught you live. Love your content. Oh, thank you, thank you. What is the lore reason for your char not visiting town? Exactly, very socially awkward introvert. Fork would split one road, crossing meets two roads. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's true. A T crossing. That you can tell that in the name. It looks like a T. Fork would split one road. Crossing is meeting of two roads. Ah, alright. Yeah, what about an animal crossing? That's true. What is your favorite crossing? T crossing? Animal crossing? That's all I have. I don't know any more crossings. Or actually, that's the Beatles crossing, the Abbey Road crosswalk. That's a crosswalk, I guess. Or crosswalks. People crossing. It's interesting how sometimes one more level, I leveled up, put one more skill point into Plague Javelin, and all of a sudden the tombs feel super easy, because I can take the skeletons down in one Plague Javelin and the mummies in two. And all of a sudden, this place is no problem. Shibuya Crossing. That's true, that's another one. I've actually been there like 7 years ago. But it was a good crossing. Now I'm already just talking nonsense and we're not even 1 hour into the stream. And I'm gonna open Duriel's... well, I was gonna phrase that in a strange way, but I'm gonna open the entrance right now, because even if I save and exit the game, like if I die and want to respawn for some reason, this will stay open. But of course, now I have my cube completely empty for storing stuff like my chipped gems, perhaps. And now, oh yeah, actually, I don't have any town portals, and we're not supposed to use town portals, I guess. Brandy stack, or as I like to call them, another stack of javelins.
I can't carry anymore.
As soon as I find some arrows again. I'm pretty sure I have left some arrows on the ground somewhere. Oh, you could use it to... You can open it and use it to come back, but not go to town. So we can open this one in case I die. Then I can save some time walking back from town, because if I die, I do spawn in town. That's something else that people pointed out on YouTube comments. That I could use it for a safety portal still. More javelins, let's go! Well, maybe javelins won't be that big of a problem. Like, as long as I can, you know, train my eyes to look for spears and arrows. Oh, that was one tiny stack. No, okay, I had space in my inventory, never mind. I was missing like 4 arrows and it picked up from the ground, but I didn't. I was so sure that I wouldn't have the space, so I thought it was just 4 arrows in the stack. Actually, this could be a nice place, but well, now it's too late. But I kind of wish I did players 3 here for more loot drops. To find more potions. Oh, thank you, Elite Forfeit, for the super chat. Dying is for plebs, you're above that, comrade. Alright, let's make this a completely deathless stream. Should be no problem for a gamer such as myself, right? A longbow. I'm probably not interested in that, regardless of how many sockets. 3 socket longbow. It would be so sweet right here, right now, if I could gamble. So I could gamble for a bow, like a gothic bow or something. Or maybe I'm putting too much value on the bow switch. I'm not really doing most of my damage with bows anyway, right? Oh, you can also add a skull to the bow for regen. Yeah, maybe. Greetings, Zarfen in chat. Are there still Battle.net or ladder exclusive rune words in D2R, or can you use them in all single player now? You can use all rune words in single player, but if you go online, there is still ladder and non-ladder rune words, but in D2R, all ladder rune words are available in single player, thankfully. A little javelin shootout. Oh, actually, I'm picking up antidotes. I should be looking for thawing potions before Duriel. Yeah, skulls in a weapon is leech, not regen. That is true. So I would steal very little. I would prefer the skull in an armor and a helm. But it is an option to get some leech. But my physical damage is super low. It is basically only the 2 to 6, or actually I think, yeah, max damage. So I would leech very little, but even if I leech like 1 life per arrow, that could add up if I need an emergency heal. But yeah, I think I'm not gonna do it. Ooh, composite bow. Well, that's not that big of a difference from the... Oops, I accidentally drank a health potion. That's not that much better than the hunter's bow. But there is no way to create a magic item from a white item, right? Well, there actually is. If you socket the item with the cube, it will get sockets, and then you can put a socketed item and 3 normal quality gems, like this amethyst, to create a magic item. So it is possible, but obviously I don't have the resources for that right now. But there is no sneaky little recipe where I can turn a white composite bow into a magic one, right? Well, like with what I have available to me right now.
I can't.
Ring mail. Well, I don't like the ring mail because of the movement speed penalty. especially going up against Duriel. Well, it didn't seem too bad, but I definitely noticed it. Anyone else find it weird how many desert gorillas had bows on them? It is a little bit strange. But actually, did you know that archer type enemies do actually have an increased chance of dropping bows compared to like a beetle? Not very useful bit of information, because if you're looking for a base bow, for example, you are probably still better off doing cows because the density is so great. But archers do have a better chance of dropping bows. At least according to my drop calculator research. Well, now I don't mind taking a bit of damage because I have a well. Actually, let's try to remember that we have a well south of the waypoint. Could be useful later. You've left behind thawing potions. So I said it out loud, but I guess I didn't internalize it. Oh, whoops. It's not even that I left behind thawing potions that dropped. I threw them on the ground and then left them behind. Thanks for pointing that out. And I find myself extremely focused on the game in this challenge because, you know, ideally I take minimum amount of damage to reserve my potions. And my character is a little bit weak, so I find myself not really keeping up with chat. So I might miss some useful tips and stuff. Ooh, 12. Actually, maybe we should have gone for a second tome. Ah, that feels wasteful. A waste of 2 spaces. Don't we have well next to waypoint in Act 1? I wonder if... I'm not sure if wells are always wells, or if wells can also be healing shrines. Interesting. Let's check. Doesn't look like it. Not right next to one anyway. And I don't have Stonyfield or Darkwood. Alright. To prepare for Duriel, let's do a few a few Arcane Sanctuary runs, but already my healing potion situation looks pretty good, so I'm actually not sure if I need to do this. The map is pretty big, I've noticed, when it's like this. Actually, what do you prefer? Do you prefer the map like this? Like more visible, or do you prefer it like this? 50% transparent. I usually play it like this. Prefer the middle map. Oh, or, let me specify. For me, when you're watching the stream, not when you play yourself, because I understand a lot of people have the map overlaid. No map, YOLO. 100% transparency. We are all about transparency here. More visible. 50%, 50-50. This looks good. Alright, I think I see more 50s. And I also see plenty of no maps. And you guys can... dream on. Dream on. Dream on. Actually, I forgot already. What we said we would do is do one Countess run. So actually, let's do that. Instead of going through here for potions, let's do one Countess kill, and then I want to do on players 1 to maximize the rune drops, and also so I don't forget for Duriel. Let's do one Countess kill. And hope for, well, basically hope for another Tal rune, or a Rel, I guess. A Rel runes will be very useful, I think. And Orcs. Or actually repairing weapons. Do you need to do... Can you repair javelins? I assume you can. And that could be cool if you find some really powerful javelins later, like a javelin with plus skills or something.
I can't carry anymore.
I have so much junk. I kind of feel like I have to carry all my full rejuves with me forever. I would prefer to not use full rejuves right now and rather save them. But then I'm gonna save them for like until hell. Am I gonna carry rejuves all the way from normal to hell? Maybe. And we do have and we do have another spear. Do we have a quiver of arrows somewhere? No, actually we do have those arrows. Inventory simulator. Nice.
Impossible.
I honestly don't think this character is making it to hell. Oh, we'll see. That comment has just unlocked Super Saiyan Goblin. Light healing. I think the best thing for me would to make like a cheat sheet or a set of rules, like never carry more than 2 antidotes. Try to have 1 row of extra mana, 2 rows of extra health if you can. So I don't have to like constantly reevaluate my options. Short bow, that is a magic bow.
I can't.
But a short bow is not very good, but it is a bow. And actually, it's so unlikely that a magic bow... actually, you know what? It's so unlikely that a magic bow is gonna be better than my Tal bow. And even if the Circlet bow drops with... oh, nice. I'm gonna sacrifice 9 magic find for some regen instead. Nice. So what I was saying that I wanted to use this recipe to create a socketed magic bow. And you know, the dream would be some damage and maybe some mana after each kill or something, and then 2 sockets. But even if I get exactly what I want, I have already put a tail rune in here, so it's so unlikely that this would turn into something better. Unless I like farm the countess for an hour. So I don't think I'm gonna bother. And if I'm not gonna bother with that, I don't need to carry the chipped gems with me anyway. In the end. Oh, unfortunately... Well, how big is that stack? 5 javelins. I'm thinking that maybe I should keep this to switch to for the Duriel fight, but... We can leave a little bit of min-maxing on the table, I think. Though the problem is, later in the game I might be interested, once we start finding stronger bows. But once we start finding stronger bows later in the game, chipped gems are gonna be much more rare. I said last stream that bows can't drop from racks, but that's obviously not true. Did they always used to... Did have racks always dropped bows? I thought that racks couldn't drop bows. Interesting.
I am overburdened.
Leaving a minor healing on the ground, that's fine. Nef rune and F rune. Well, I could actually see myself having an F in my bow to hit bosses more easily. I think I'm gonna do it because I mean I do lock myself out of triple tailbow that way. What happened to the last Amazon? Oh, we're still on the last Amazon. I'm just backtracking a little bit. In hell you will need to grind for potions just to beat ancients. Oh, sorry that I hadn't muted that. I set an alarm for something, but we can give Duriel a try first. But I have to run to I have to run to the laundry room in my apartment, like in the cellar, real quick. Because I am, apart from the ones I'm currently wearing, I am completely out of underwear. Clean underwear. So I'm actually doing laundry right now. And the only free time in the tvättstuga, what's that called? Like the laundry room, you have to book yourself certain time slots, and the only available time all weekend was right now. This is Act 1, but we just went back hoping for a better rune from the Countess. We are actually about to fight Duriel. TMI, I'm glad you specified clean. Oh, yeah. TMI. Yeah, I guess I could have just said that I had to go to the bathroom. But then I would need to tell you that I was gonna take a real big dump to explain why I need to be gone for like more than 5 minutes. I guess I could just have said that I need to step away for a few minutes. Domestic chores, any percent. Yeah. Chores be ever present. What happened to the armor with the skull in it? Oh, actually, yeah, it looks like it's not here, but it turned gray when I put the skull in. It's kind of funny. Yeah, it looks like there's no armor in here. Almost. But it is still here. Alright, what's the plan for Duriel? I have a two-part plan. The ally, too little information. Yeah, a quick business meeting. I need to call my my guy. I'm not even sure what guys you're supposed to have as a streamer slash YouTuber. So we're on players 1. That's the first thing I wanted to make sure. Then we already have a safety portal, and I don't have any TPs anyway. Oh, I do have a TP. Let's move the safety portal closer. What else can we do? I think we're gonna do hit and run with the Plague Javelin. Actually, that could be interesting. To have a stamina potion to keep running, and I think I'm gonna drink both thawing right now to give myself cold rest at the start of the fight. Only 2, so hopefully it's gonna be a short fight. We'll see. I'm surprised he didn't slow me there at the start. Ooh, decent damage, but well, actually this looks fine. Or maybe I only say that because I don't think he has actually hit me yet. Like the few attacks he has gotten off has missed. Well, that wasn't that bad. Alright. I think I was a little bit too worried for Duriel. Well, I say that and then I stop running. But as long as I keep to the plan, it feels pretty safe. Well, I should really try and finish the fight before the cold resistance wears off, I guess. Now I'm gonna drink the stamina potion, so very clutch stamina potion, allowing me to keep running. Oh, might need to use a rejuve. Alright, nice. I don't have to use a rejuve because I actually managed to escape the cold range. Alright, so actually, oh, I did run out of cold resistance at the end. So actually a pretty tight fight, all things considered, but it worked out fine in the end. So like it started off looking great, then it got progressively worse, but it was enough. Even some potions to spare. Right, as much as I appreciated center cube, let's go back to side cube for now. Or actually, maybe I want to do... So let's keep center cube, but let's move some stuff over to the side so I have the loot close to where I pick it up. Eisenhart's armor. GG, so thank you. The explosion doesn't hurt right now. Yeah, hey TTD, yeah, I found the Tome of Identification. We went back to the jail. So actually, Eisenhart's... It's fun to identify loot for the stream, but this is like 2 magic damage reduction, right? All loot is basically useless. Yeah, in a way. Military pick, heraldic shield, wand, dirk. Center cube is an abomination. Well, in that case, I'm sure you're gonna appreciate one off center cube. Though to be honest, that is a bit too much even for me. I can't handle one off center cube. Why do you keep amulets? To cube them for magic rings, and I didn't notice that I have 3 right now. I mean, it is a bit weird to not identify them, but I'm not gonna spend 3. I'm not gonna identify every ring and jewel because I value my tomes. Or actually, now that I have 12, I could identify them, but I also value this one, whereas my rings are very mediocre. And instantly rewarded. You love to see it. Keep stacking that magic find. Apparently this particular cube has a... How do you say? is more likely to create magic fine jewelry. I think I'm not gonna pick anything up. You could make a case for identifying the wand in case it has like weaken charges, but then I gotta, if I should identify every wand, it's gonna be weird. Actually, okay, so since I have 12, let's identify this for stream. Magic damage reduced by 2. Alright, though the problem is that I don't think I will ever, even if I find 2 more pieces of Eisenhearts, I don't think I would use them because the set is just not very good.
I thank you.
And now, unfortunately, we are forced to go to town.
This is not good. Will this madness
I'm not
ever
allowed to
end?
speak to Atma, I'm not allowed to speak to Farah, because those are not required. But I am required to speak to Jirin before Meshif will take me to Act 3.
Greetings, you have good day.
So I speak to Jirin. Whoops. ID scrolls are not that rare, right? Well, if you identify everything, like if you identify every ring and every amulet,
Good to see you.
they do go pretty quickly.
Greetings.
Yeah, Duriel died. And now that we are in the jungle, we could actually maybe do players 3 again to keep powering up. And let's put some vitality, since I don't know what I want stats-wise yet. Ooh, Ith Rune could be pretty spicy. I mean, a Tal Rune would be better. Jungle should be good for farming potions. True, so maybe I want to leave some parts of the jungle unfarmed. Or I guess I could just reset the game, but that will spawn me back in town, and that feels odd. Oh, actually, I was just gonna say I would really like some move speed. So I guess I should have kept the Eth rune in case I find another Tal, so I could have made stealth. I'm gonna leave the Jade figurine on the ground. That's up first for me.
I can't carry anymore.
Like one of the easiest side quests in the game. Could go for a rune word in your bow. Yeah, the problem is that there aren't really any good low-level rune words, in my opinion. Like, Zephyr isn't that great. Well, I guess it's better than nothing, but... it's arguably not better than... well, maybe it's better than 1 Tal, but if I had 2 Tal runes, let alone 3, I don't think it's actually better. There is a point that a Zephyr would be another damage type, so I'm not all about poison damage. Because right now all my damage is poison with the Plague Javelin on the Jav switch and then Tal Bow on the Bow switch.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, here we go, another Eth rune. Still picking up gold for some reason.
I can't
Even
carry
though
anymore.
there is no world where I can spend it. Do not pick up town portals. I'm trying. It's a hard habit to get rid of. Wolfhead. Not for me.
I am overburdened.
Rejuve. Actually, jewels. Well, I can't keep. I mean, crafting could be very interesting. But for that I need a perfect gem. And that's gonna be Act 4 the earliest. Well, I'm kind of glad that I did it, because I got lucky. Lightning damage on a jewel, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's fair. Drop Iron Heart, you're not gonna use it. Fair. I'm just backtracking slightly to make sure I didn't miss the spider cavern. I guess there is a slight chance that it is here, but I don't think so. Oh, ID scroll, thank you. Thank you, guys. I guess it is a bit of a weird situation to actively avoid town portal scrolls, but still wanting to pick up identification scrolls. And I guess my brain's loot filter isn't made for treating the scrolls as two separate entities. Ooh, flawed topaz. Immediately punished for putting the lightning thing in here. I don't need 2 full stacks of keys. Yeah, let's clear out some gems. I don't think that's gonna happen. Don't you lose experience when you die if you have no gold on hand or something? It's actually like this. In normal you do not lose experience when you die. But in Nightmare and Hell you do lose experience when you die, regardless if you have gold in your inventory or not. And I think you only, if like, there is sort of a timer, I think. So if you die, you lose a bunch of experience. But then if you die right again afterwards, you don't lose experience, or at least not as much. But I'm not sure about that. Ooh, unique trident. Imagine if we had Emilio with us on this journey. First unique of the challenge. Also, I have too many mana potions. This is the Razortine? Razortine. Oh, actually slows target 25. Is it time to pivot to a spear Amazon instead of a javelins Amazon? Or like drop the bow tree altogether? It is only 25 slow, but that is very appealing. The damage isn't great though, but... Hey Dark Cities. Poor unique gloves forgotten about already. Oh, that's true, sorry. That's not at all my first unique. The gloves and then the hotspur too. And actually part of me wishes that I kept the gloves, because thinking about it a little bit after the last stream, dual leech gloves, maybe that's exactly the kind of item I do want to use a rune to repair. But now it's too late, of course. Very fun to watch your D2 Hobo run. Have a great day. Oh, thank you. Have a great day as well. Glad you enjoyed the challenge. Axe. Yeah, Leonard. Yeah, the bookshelves is actually the only place where you can find a tome. like except outside of buying one. Though as appealing as the Razor Time is, or like how interesting it is to think about, I'm probably not gonna be able to afford being a melee Amazon, right? And if I really want to slow, I can put a point into Impale, because that slows now. Not that much. I mean, you need to invest some skill points to get the slow up. It's only, what, 11% at level 1? But you can use Impale with the javelins. So I don't think the Razor Time dream is gonna materialize. The mana drain is nasty. No, the stamina drain, I mean. And now we are in kind of an interesting situation, because my Plague Javelin is stronger than a shot with my Talbow. But the Talbow is free. Like a shot with a magic arrow is completely free outside of mana. Well, if I do run out of javelins at a inopportune moment, we can always go back to Act 1, like take the waypoint back to Act 1 and farm for a spear and a stack of arrows. Okay, dead end it looks like. Unfortunate. Scale mail. Well, once again, I am very reluctant to use a movement speed penalty armor, and that also only had one socket. Alright, let's rationalize the inventory a little bit. Let's decide that unless I have a specific reason to do so, for example the Ancients fight, I will not dedicate more than one full row or 2 full rows to health potions. And I even have this stack of potions, right? And then let's say we use maximum of 1 row for extra mana potions. And then rejuves. What do we do with rejuves?
Impossible.
And I guess I think I have talked myself out of Razor Time. It seems fun to build around a unique item, but I simply think that I can't be a melee Amazon this time. Why collect gold if no NPCs? Well, part of it is that there's auto gold pickup in this game, so just by walking over gold I pick it up, but also it is a very hard habit to get rid of. Like, I automatically, when I see gold on the ground, I take a short detour to walk on top of it. So we found the Flayer jungle, which is good news, because that means that we do not have to go into the Great Marsh. Completely bricked on the name. But also, and then I need to backtrack, because I still haven't found Kalim's Eye. Where is the classic stealth armor? It is nowhere to be seen. I would need another tail. But it is probably what I want to do for the long term. So it could be here or here. Well, I guess it could also actually be all the way back at that place where I said it's probably not here, so let's not go check. Make a poll if you should be a melee Amazon. Oh, no way that I am leaving that decision up to chat. Because, of course, I'm gonna be a melee Amazon then. And I think this character has enough to worry about. Bankason. Glub Amazon. Okay, so it's not here. Oh, and now I have to go the long way around. But I have been thinking about wanting to do a melee Amazon, like a dagger Amazon. A passive Amazon. But the problem is that it's a little bit hard to do solo self-found, right? And I don't love shared stash runs. Doing them, I mean. Alright, so we have a little path off to the side here. You see there, I took a short detour to pick up the gold, and that just happens without me thinking about it. This does not look like the place for... Because this is the Arachnid lair, so that's not the spider cavern. Alright, so it is here. Never mind. Not quite the last place we looked, but almost. Ooh, short spear. A deceiving name, because it is actually a javelin. 40 strength, 40 dex. Well, in my book, it's a no-brainer that we should meet those stat requirements. Here we go. And now we're pretty stacked. Maybe Act 3 will be a speed run. And once again, I am trading life for javelin efficiency, but now that I have so many javelins, I probably shouldn't. Like, I'm taking damage to herd and monsters so that my javelins will hit more enemies at once. Actually, I just had a really funny idea. Hi, I am new. Love your challenges. Oh, thank you and welcome. What is your opinion on the Souls ritual for MF boost? Low quality pylum. Actually, I don't think the quality matters that much. So I assume you mean for challenge runs, since you're asking me. And I think it's perfectly fine if you want to use that. Me personally, I would make the decision on a, you know, challenge to challenge basis. For some challenges, I think it would be completely fine, and even maybe fun for the challenge to use the Souls glitch. But most of the time, I wouldn't bother with it. And I will say that I also think that is one of those things that can feel weird in a video, because if you don't know about the Souls glitch and you're like a casual viewer, you're gonna be like, what the hell is this? And it feels like a cheat, right? So I personally wouldn't use it in my videos, I guess, that much. But not because of some like moral high ground, simply because I think that doesn't add much to the video. Another unique. Our magic find stacking strategy. Well, actually, the stack is not that fat, but we're still getting rewarded. The Axe of Fetchmar. Ooh, and now I need to start carrying around stupid quest items again. I don't have the space for that. And actually, I'm pretty close to throwing away some javelins. 47 quantity, 57 quantity. Simply on the account of having a full inventory. What glitch? To be clear, yeah, it's not a glitch, but it can feel like that to a viewer. It's more like an Easter egg. If you find exactly 5 souls or gloams or whatever, and you let them shoot you for a long time, and there also needs to be no other enemies around and also enough space around your character. If they shoot you enough times, your character will, or the souls will start spelling out letters by moving around and increase your magic find, but only sneakily on the back end. It doesn't show up in your window. Zarfen, you are good luck. Bloodraven just dropped Galdagger for me. I hate you. No, I don't, sorry. But I am very jealous. Why does Bloodraven never drop Galdagger for me? I guess I usually don't go to Bloodraven on my challenges, so I'm not giving her the chance. Maybe I should start doing that. That is a really nice find. Is this no healing as well? No, I am allowed to heal, but only like a well is a perfect healing opportunity. And potions that I find. But my inspiration for the reason I started doing this was actually because I was watching a stream from Mr. Llama where he did ultra hardcore, where he plays hardcore with no healing, and also he's not allowed to go to town. And I wanted to do that, but then I was like, well, that's too difficult for me, to be honest. So I took the part of that I found the most interesting. And also people have been asking me for a Hobo run, which I guess is what you call no town. Though I think no town is more easily understood. This is what I want to do. Let's make a couple of javelins from the Razor Time. Beautiful. So now we used Razor Time for something. Happy to put that to good use, as Emilia would say. Or took out the part you don't like, hardcore. Yeah, I mean that the Mr. Llama's ultra hardcore run is extremely tough. I haven't tried it, but like I assume it's extremely tough with all the rules. So actually, remember when my alarm went off half an hour ago? I forgot about that. So I really need to take like 5-10 minutes, a 5-10 minute break to go take care of my laundry. And I'm gonna, since I can't go to town to be safe, I guess I'm gonna stand all the way over here and hide from monsters. Not even a full stack. Yeah, exactly. I was thinking that maybe there's a hidden Easter egg so I get a pair of unique javelins, but I'm not sure there is even any. But yeah, not even a full stack of javelins from a freaking unique. Alright. BRB. What time is it? Latest 11. Give me a little bit of leeway. So latest 11:45. So apologies for the unprofessional laundry in the middle of the stream, but I talked about it earlier on the stream. There was literally the only time before next week that the laundry room was free. So I'm putting it up
Good
here in
day
the
to
corner
you,
so you can see
partner.
the thing. And thank you so much, Subveris, for the Prime sub. Thank you, thank you. All right, be right back. Goblins! Imagine the Dark Souls font when you do something. Laundry taken care of. It would have been funnier if I came up with a more clever punchline. Hello, I'm back from laundry hell. Actually, I don't mind most chores, but folding laundry, which is not what I did now. I just put it in the dryer. But folding laundry is my Achilles heel. Do you have any juicy tvättstuge-drama? Any laundry room drama? No, not really. Even the angry notes aren't that bad. Where I live now. Yeah, my 10-minute estimation was spot on. Yeah, I noticed that when I came back. Exactly. Just stuff it in the drawer in a pile. Well, I hate to admit it, but I do that for some stuff. But like... well, shirts, absolutely not. But even like t-shirts and like sweaters. Well, I do sometimes.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, let's speedrun this act. Easy peasy, you have javelins for days. After not finding after not finding any javelins for so long, now it feels like I have a surplus. I guess part of that is because more javelin types have opened up. Like I have the short spear, I had the pilum. I guess I left the pilum, whoops. But there are like more different javelin types that can drop now, which would explain why I'm seeing so many more. Confirmed weakness, room full of... First rejuve used. I read a funny chat message. Confirmed weakness, a room full of messy clothes. Yeah. Poleaxe, well, not without Emilio. And now I'm already breaking my stash rules. With too many health potions. Ooh, more plagues. Stag bow, hello. Well, actually, after thinking about it for like 1 second, a stag bow isn't that great, right? Because it has skills, but this is mostly about the poison damage, not about the skills, so...
I can't carry anymore.
Probably not worthwhile.
I can't.
And also I'm gonna spend a few more javelins now to not take so much damage. That was a really close call. Yeah, that was close. I've never been this
I
glad to have
can't.
paused the video. I had enough time to fast forward the laundry. Oh, right. So you got these, you got behind because you paused the video, but then you could skip the laundry break. That's funny. Well, good timing on your part. Well, I said I was gonna play more carefully, then I didn't. Right, we are in the player jungle. More nasty little demons, and also I think players might be faster, or maybe it just feels like they are faster because there are more of them. Also, I'm also gonna over 16 seconds. No, I'm not gonna. I was thinking that I should also have poison javelin on my skill bar, but I actually don't think that's a very good idea.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Gold find. Not today. Oh, actually a
I
blue
can't carry
breastplate.
anymore.
Well, it would need to have sockets, I think, but alright. Never mind. I felt like I had scrolls to spare. Happy to see so many fellow folding laundry haters in the chat. You know what? Something that's kind of interesting. Now I have the... we found the flare dungeon. No, actually we didn't. I was sure that I found the flare dungeon, but it wasn't. It wasn't it. But I actually don't need to find the waypoints, because the flare jungle is a place where I always want to find the waypoint. I always want to find the waypoint in the flare jungle, because the flare dungeon can be kind of dangerous.
Not enough
With
mana.
dolls and ghosts and traps and poison. But except... well, if I die, it would be good to have the waypoint, I guess. But it's not that useful, actually. And also, I saved this because I'm thinking about a backup weapon for my poison plague javelin. But I think Act 3 normal is perhaps a little bit too early to be worrying about like backup element. We can probably just keep going for now. Edgebow. Yeah, but before I find an Amn rune, it's gonna be a while. And do I really want to carry around a composite bow for that long? Just joined. Did Zarfen decide on a build? Kind of. We started out using with a few points in Magic Arrow to get the mana cost down and have a free attack. Like at the start, we didn't have any javelins or arrows for a while. Then we took 1 point in every passive, and then I decided to go for poison and plague javelin, mainly plague javelin, because that is a lot of damage with every throw. And so far it seems good. But of course, that is pure poison damage, so I will need some complement to it eventually.
Not enough mana.
And I did pick up that town portal just because... Alright, here's the waypoint. I was just talking about how the Flare dungeon is scary. So if I don't find a waypoint, I might actually want to set up a safety portal. But then again, just drop it wherever I guess. I did also promise a deathless stream, so we're not gonna be able to use a portal back from town anyway. Superior breastplate, you say? One socket. A spittoon. Well, actually, since we have the spittoon and a stack of arrows on the ground, let's be diligent about keep crafting new javelins.
Good day to you, partner.
Thank you, the Bitterheten, for the prime sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. The bitterness. Spittoon, what happened to Spetum? Well, people were calling me out on my Spetum pronunciation. So now I'm gonna say differently every other time instead. Ooh, another F rune. Well, actually, I don't care about valuable loot to sell. Spetum is best, people are wrong. That could happen. Laundry folding is easy when you have a 5-hour supercut to watch. Was it you that made that comment on the VOD itself? There was a comment on the 5-hour supercut, I think, that was like... I forgot exactly what it said, but it was like, I watch your channel when I fold the laundry, thanks for making that more fun, or something like that. And I was like, man, if I can make the tedium of folding laundry better for one person, I have made a difference in the world with my channel or something. I quite enjoyed that. This is the death's set, right? No, clay gloves, of course, yes, clay gloves. Well, I'm not gonna be a sword girl, but some clay gloves would be nice for the slow. And actually, I shouldn't have triggered this, because I'm not gonna be able to use the return the gid bin. And I'm certainly not gonna use the gid bin, right?
This dagger will separate the faithful from the fallen.
Oh, she do be attacking quickly. So not only have we left the jade figurine on the ground, now we have also left the gid bin on the ground. Just finished watching the Hobo to Hero on YouTube and thought I would check in when you were streaming. Did not expect to jump straight into the next one. Oh, nice. Good timing, good timing. And yes, I am folding laundry. Nice, nice. Shout out to all the people doing chores right now. I just realized that I will have to walk back through the dungeon as well to get out, since I can't TP out. So I should really not skip. I should patiently clear out the way. Another short spear. And now I feel like I have so many javelins of different kinds that I'm using them even for single enemies. And I don't feel bad about it. Well, except when they're almost dead. Rune could be good for my Enigma that I'm gonna make later, but otherwise I'm not sure how useful an Rune is. And actually, this is a little late maybe to realize, but I should really have made a list of like what rune words are reasonable to save the materials for. Because like, what could I use an for? I could use it for Harmony, but that requires a 4-socketed bow and 3 other runes, including a co-rune. So that's probably a little bit ambitious. An rune, definitely. 1 tail rune drop and I can make stealth. Breath of the Dying, yeah. Exactly, so I need to... Yeah, exactly, you need to think about it beforehand. And like, I'm not gonna make malice on a ranged Javelin. The wisdom also seems a little far-fetched. Honor. Honor? Can you make honor in bows? That's... I did not think about that. Does homework count as a chore? I'll allow it. 22. Unfortunate, this is a short spear and this is a crude short spear, so I can't stack them together. So I guess the Horary Cube has turned into my like ammo box instead. Three ith gives you a piece for Ral Tir Tal Sol. Oh, does 3 iths make a tail rune? Oh, but yeah, I'm no mercenary, so I'm not that interested in... I'm not very interested in insight for once. And of course, you cannot make insight in spears. They changed it so that you can make infinity in spears, and that you can make insight in bows as well as polearms, but no insight in spears still. So much gold dropping. Don't freak out, but there is an eye in the cube. How did that get there? It's looking at me menacingly. Yeah, you can make it in a bow though. Actually, inside bow would be quite useful. That's kind of funny, right? That I'm explaining that you can't use it in a spear. So it wouldn't be useful for me. But of course a bow, and I even said it in my explanation, yeah, an inside bow could be great. So that's definitely something we can aim towards, inside bow. When you think too hard. Yeah, freezing arrow could be nice, but oh, actually, I said that in the first stream that freezing arrow is a great skill, but it is pretty mana hungry. But with insight bow, yeah, mana problems solved. And there we have our second element as well. Yeah, that seems reasonable to save for. So let's make insight the main thing we are saving for. And also like Ancient's Pledge or something. I guess I can't get the rune reward for saving the barbarians. And I don't even have a 3-socketed shield, but Ral Ort Sol. Nay, Ral Ort Tal. But then I was also gonna say, and of course we can go for Lore, Ort Sol. So I guess we are saving all the usual suspects when it comes to runes, but maybe not like 8 Ral runes like you sometimes can do when you have a stash. Not that 8 Ral runes wouldn't be useful, but my inventory. Hey Mr. Zarfen, been watching YouTube videos for a while. Love the stash, the last barb vid, but have you tried or heard of Median XL? I have. And the problem with Median XL, as with the Project Diablo 2, which people often ask about, is that it is very hard for me to go back to original Diablo 2 graphics. 8 scrolls. Might have to start being a bit more stingy with identifying stuff.
Not enough mana.
Have you ever heard the saying that good times create weak men and hard times create strong men, or something like that? And it feels like that right now. It's so easy right now that I'm cruising through right now, so that I am playing loose and picking up bad habits that will probably come back to bite me later. Like I'm running into enemies head first. Oh, yeah, ID that helm. I didn't ID the helm because it's ethereal, but all my items are ethereal in a way. Very true, Ramachandra.
I am overburdened.
Though,
I can't
actually,
carry anymore.
ethereal items do have
Good day
lower
to you,
durability.
partner.
Look at this, 16 out of 24 on the gemmed helm, 13 out of 13 on the rare helm. So ethereal items are still worse. Oh, self-repair ethereal. Hello, never mind. Self-repair ethereal. Dual resistance too. The one is poison, so not super useful. But that's cool. Self-repair, let's go. Thank you, Captain Blaubeer, maybe. Thank you for the sub anyway, I appreciate it. Self-repair, this is the run. This is like the best in slot stat for this run. The end game's gonna be self-replenishing javelins, self-repairing gear all over the place, and then we're gonna kill one enemy and then wait for all the durability to restore.
I can't carry anymore.
Man, this is an extremely long route to take. Or, yeah, I think I need to do the full loop around. Oh yeah, that's true. Poison is useful since I can't go to town and heal it off or buy antidotes. True, true. And this doesn't even seem possible to do all the way to hell. Well, I am very motivated when people say that, so we'll see. It's gonna be tough, but I think it's definitely doable. But I will have to play like a coward, much more so than I am right now. Yeah, regarding waypoint storage, it is possible, but there is a despawn timer. I left a potion and a unidentified magic item on the ground, and when we came back after admittedly a long time, they were gone.
Can't carry anymore.
Odd that a bit odd that the javelins don't auto stack. This is not a hardcore run, no, but I have made a commitment to not die today. I believe in you, thank you, thank you. Very motivated leaves. I'm so motivated that I'm gonna leave the stream and go apply for a real job or something, I don't know. Ooh, short spear. Crude short spear, so full stack of short spears, 54 out of 60. 21, alright. We have all the spears we want. And I mean, a crude or a low quality spear or javelin is no problem, since all the damage comes from plague javelin anyway.
I am overburdened.
Actually, let's see if that is a... Let's see if that is a two-socketed armor. It is, but it is a scale armor, scale mail. And I mean, we can be playing for a long time before we see a tail rune. We could be playing for a really long time. Why do you rarely pick sorceress for your challenges? The answer is unfortunately that the sorceress is so gear independent and strong that I think she... and it's not only that it's easy, but like she doesn't engage with the rules of a challenge as much. So for example, a random example, if I, like my crafting only challenge, if I had used a sorceress for that run, each craft would not have been nearly as interesting or like as impactful, right? Because, you know, she could make do with some random crappy gear and just ride her spells. Though I will say that it is fun to, if I can cover all the characters to some extent, so I am interested in doing a sorceress run at some point, but I just need to figure out how to make it a fun and interesting one, I guess. What is the durability on your current armor? Good timing on the helm, by the way, it's starting to break. By the way, is it true? Someone told me that helms lose durability more often than other gear slots. Is that true? My current armor still has a healthy 13. Actually, if we make something like a stealth armor, we need to plan to make a replacement eventually too. That is kind of funny, because it will break.
Not
Like,
enough mana.
for an item to never break, I would need to play perfectly, and, you know, let's be honest, unless you... This is literally your first
can't
Zarfen
carry
stream.
anymore.
We all know that. That's not gonna happen. I want to cover the characters equally. Oh, hold on now, Peter. I didn't say equally. I did not say equally. But I did say that I want to cover all characters. And the druid has been featured in at least 2 videos, so he's living good. $44 strength. Well, it's just 5 more. Or actually, let's cheese it a little bit. Let's do player 7 chest opening. And let's go back down before I forget to set it back. ID scroll.
I can't carry
A ring,
anymore.
I guess. Alright, what am I even looking for? Gloves. Maybe I should start saving my... tomes for uniques or rares and up
I
only.
can't carry anymore.
Because like I could definitely identify a bone shield, but it's on average it's not going to be better than this, right? 8 res shield. Hello Luther, welcome. Do you know about the spear plus arrow equals javelin cube recipe? Yes, we have used it a bit, and I have a nice stash of reserve javelins already. More than I can carry right now, actually. For how long are we gonna keep all of the little gems and stuff? I mean, I want magic find because I want to find rares eventually, and if I want to find rares, I need to have magic find. Well, I don't need to, but I will find more rares if I have higher magic find. I think I accidentally spawned those enemies while I was on player 7. Or actually, probably not. That didn't seem like player 7. But it only has 4 durability. So maybe it's time to swap it out. The limited inventory space and no stash is really... It's really tough for me, personally. It's so difficult to know what to keep and what's not worth it. Like, I'm only carrying 2 items with me right now. I guess I'm carrying a bunch of javelins, but... my inventory is already so taxed.
I can't carry anymore.
Maybe I just should care less right now and just keep moving. Because like my gloves suck, but what can I find that is really good right now? You can drop the old helm. Yeah, but it has magic find. Right now I only have 18 magic find total, and that is not a lot if you want to find rares and other good items. Now I'm kinda interested in creating a spreadsheet covering all your videos to see the distribution of each. I think Barbarian is up there because I use him a lot. And the Paladin has been used a few times. Hey Yoshi, love your videos on YouTube. This is my first watch. Thank you. Glad you like the videos. Hey Sarf, just discovered your YouTube channel the other week and love the videos. Always set special rules and challenge myself in older games to keep fresh. Play new ways, so challenge runs are right up my alley. Oh, nice. Glad you like them. Yeah, I agree. It's very fun to like do challenges, or because it forces you to play the game in a different way. So you can replay your favorite games without them feeling repetitive in a way.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, Rhyme would be a very nice upgrade. But that is like Shale Rune. Though, good point, because then I probably want to keep both F runes. I have actually been thinking about throwing one of them away. Actually, let's try our best to move on for now, and then we can worry about gear upgrades when they are more pressing. Like when the need is bigger. Because trying to min-max things like your gloves right now is probably not gonna result in anything good. But in a few levels, or several levels, I will be able to find gloves with Javelin skills on them. And that would of course be huge. Another level, nice, nice. You can grab a waypoint. I guess I could store some items here, but... So I need to come back. I don't know if we exactly knew what the timer is. 20-minute despawn timer for runes. Okay, let's say I need to return by 12:40. Circlet. Well, now I know what I have been saving my identification tomes for. +1 to all Amazon skills, a 30 faster run walk. Not quite. And you can only re-roll items with 3 chipped gems. If there are only weapons, you can't re-roll armors, unfortunately, so I don't think it's worth holding on to. But circlets, now that is very interesting. More 73, 60. Oh, actually the short spear stack is smaller, so crude pilum. Nice. Zarfen, set a timer. I'm not about that life. And I am wearing the rare right now, so if I accidentally lose the Magic Find Helm, it's gonna sting, but it's not gonna be terrible long term. Basically, right now what I'm thinking, how I'm thinking about the Magic Find Helm right now is that I will go and grab it for Mephisto to get a little bit more Magic Find for the final fight. That Magic Helm will despawn in 10 minutes. Right? Why the discrimination against the chipped helms?
Not enough mana.
Well, for me anyway, I think it's pretty... I'm pretty sure that if the despawn timer is 10 minutes, I'm not gonna be able to keep them alive. Oh, right, so it's different. White items 10 minutes, magic 20, rares 30, runes and gems are 20. All right. Well, right now it's kind of fine, but a little bit later it's gonna be hard to move between two waypoints in 10 minutes. When the game is a little bit harder. Rare composite bow. I maybe shouldn't, but it's hard to not. Well, this is a strong contender. Adds 2 to 14 physical damage, decent ED, some fire damage. But the stupid Tal rune is just so strong. So this bow is better for poisoning enemies, but this bow is better for spamming them.
You, partner.
Because with this one you can attack like
I can't.
boom, 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 and deal damage every time, whereas this you have to wait 5 seconds every time. So actually I think this is better as a backup for now. Actually a pretty solid bow. +2 to mean damage and 14 to max damage. Pretty sweet as far as early game bows are concerned, but you know, early game bows are pretty bad, so even with all that, it's 6 to 23 damage. Oh man, my voice. My voice. Thank you, Fat Cow, for 5 months. Thank you for the support. Oh yeah, it is socketed too, so it has the potential for a rune as well. So definitely an awesome bow, but right now it's a little bit hard to be ecstatic about the bow, since I'm mostly a javelin user. But I mean, this damage is perfectly okay. It's not great, but it's fine. But like, compared to my plague javelin poison, it's still pretty meh. Alright, let's be responsible hobos and cube some more javelins. It's nice that they always turn into javelins, by the way, because then I can easily stack them. So with that reasoning, maybe I shouldn't be carrying around the other stuff. Or actually, yeah, with that... Sorry for coughing into your ears. With that reasoning, I should maybe use the short spear first, because it has the smallest stack. I don't know. Now I'm really overthinking it. 9 max damage could be good for that bow. The Ith rune, yeah, definitely, but I'm not too worried about the bow right now, because I'm not gonna run into poison immune enemies for a while, and right now it's a complement at best, right?
I can't.
Oh, I can't because I had the wrong skill equipped. Actually, I think it makes more sense to have that on a weird hotkey. Actually, maybe even C. And then we can have this on A, because it is definitely our main skill right now. Alright, they just keep healing each other, so I need to either spread them out or focus the damage more on one guy, which is not super easy to do. Okay, well, it's It was fine.
I can't carry anymore.
Just making sure. 2 full stacks. Now I have plenty of javelins. Oh, I don't have the heart. Okay, let's go back. It'll clear up 1 inventory slot. That is actually very true.
I am overburdened.
But wasn't there any, something else I wanted to use the Ith rune for? Wait for the 1540 jewel. Yeah. That is actually my dream to happen on a challenge run, that I find a really sick jewel like a 4015 and then put it in a terrible weapon just to finish off, like to make me stronger in the challenge. I think people would lose their minds and it would be glorious. Close.
Not enough mana.
Oops, I was looking at chat. And I got completely surrounded.
I need mana.
Man, this is such a mana hog right now. I guess because of that, maybe I should use regular arrows, like normal attack instead of magic arrow on my switch. That does mean that I will run out of arrows, but I do find arrows every now and then. Well, the bow is pretty sweet, actually. Just double checking that there wasn't any weird path. Maiden pike. Interesting, but not a melee weapon. Or it is a melee weapon, but I don't want a melee weapon. And I already have all the javelins I could ever need. No town challenge with consumable weapons? Well, if you think about it, if you can't go to town and repair, all weapons are consumable weapons. Well, apart from spellcasters. But that is a good example of what I mean, that some challenges are more fun, I think, if you don't pick the optimal character. And it's not only about difficulty, but also about, you know, engaging with the rules of the challenge. So like a sorceress on this run would basically only care about life potions and the mana potions. And that's, you know, fine, but it's not the way I'd like to do it. Thank you, Sappy West, for the super chat. Love your content. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thanks for the super chat. I will absolutely keep doing what I'm doing. Oh, now my boots are broken too. No, my beautiful Hotspurs. 2 out of 12 durability. Alright, so I have definitely been, and I've said it too several times, I've been playing a little bit too aggressively, like running into enemies. But my gear has not lasted as long, like my gear has lasted a lot shorter than I thought it would, being a ranged character.
I need mana.
Like, I guess I don't really... If you just play normally and repair every time you speak to Charcy, like quickly click the repair all button, you don't realize how quickly you actually deteriorate your durability. 1 out of 16. Soon I'm gonna be barefoot and barehanded. Well, luckily we're still in the tropical jungle. And then going into hell in Act 4, but going into the icy mountains of Act 4, 5. That could be rough. Well, maybe don't tank skeletons if you're worried about, or zombies if you're worried about your gear breaking. Rune. Rel, Tyr, Tel, Stol. It's a long ways away from making the insight, but a Tyr rune will be more rare later on, I think. Thank you, Gribbleshins, for the super chat. I hate this challenge. Alright. Well, thank you for your support regardless. Ooh, superior edge bow. Exceptional base item in Act 3. Huh. That's something. That is something. Very surprising to me. Oh, it was actually my gloves that broke, never mind. Well, my boots are at like 1 or 2 durability. And much like with my Hand of Brock, I actually don't think I can really save Hotspurs until I have spare repair runes, right? Well, in hindsight, I wish I actually did save the Hand of Brock, because those could actually have been worth it to repair for the dual leech. But these ones, I mean, they are good. Big resistance, a little bit of life. Actually, what else would I want for my boots? A movement speed, absolutely. But like, getting a total of 45 resistance on your boots is gonna be very difficult, even if you get a dual resist. You would need to get like over 22.5 on each resistance on a pair of dual res boots to get more, and that is kind of rare. But also 15 life and a little bit of fire damage, but no move speed. Yes, there is no stash on this run. Which is not the hardest part of the challenge, but definitely the most annoying.
I am overburdened.
Well, actually, the most annoying is the inventory management. Like, I want to cube something in the cube, and that takes a lot of clicks. 10 FCR. Alright.
I am overburdened.
Heavy boots drop. Yeah. I can live without the
I
boots
can't carry
for a while
anymore.
if that's what ends up happening. Edge also uses tier. Oh yeah, I mean, I meant that I found the edge bow, like the base item edge bow, and that is an exceptional bow. Oops, I forgot to change my name, lol. Oh, I see. I see. Thank you, Town Enthusiasm. Your previous super chat message makes a lot more sense now. It makes a lot more sense now. Well, thank you, and this challenge is nothing personal. I have nothing against towns in general, only today. Okay, let's run back. I was so confused because I appeared in a different place where I went down into the sewers, which is of course not strange since I didn't take the same door, but I got very confused there for a minute or a second.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
I have a slight worry that I will want more mana potions against Mephisto. Ooh, maybe unequip the boots so you have the fire resistance for the council members in the Durance of Hate. I like how you're thinking, but that would require me to throw away 4 potions. Or my armor, maybe. Or actually, I'm not spending my spears very quickly. Maybe I am over stockpiling. I think I'm over stockpiling right now on javelins. I think like if you would go for pure javelins, they have a stack of 90 and then a full 90 in reserve. Oh, but actually also I'm soon gonna be able to get rid of this entire thing. Ooh, and the skull. Did you forget the MF helm? Oh, I did, didn't I? It's probably gone now.
Not enough mana.
Okay, to conserve some mana, I'm gonna use the bow. Or torch ice fist. Okay, I'm not. That is some pitiful damage. Okay, I can take down the last bit of health with...
Skatsim's reign is renewed.
Okay, let's do a quick... shoe deposit. Please leave your shoes at the door before entering the Durance of Hate. We employ a barefoot policy here. Yeah, I did lose my gemmed helm, unfortunately. Which, in some ways, only proves my point that 10 minutes is too short of a time for me to juggle items. That bow is good. I would put the skull in it. I would rather put this skull in a armor or helm to get the passive regen, but of course I currently don't have a socket, and like I'm not gonna get a Larsuk socket in this one. What is the rune word, or what is the cube recipe to add sockets to a rare? Is it like 6 perfect skulls and a Stone of Jordan or something? Maybe if we find a Stone of Jordan, we can add a socket to this helm. Now that would be content.
Not enough mana.
Oh, I can feel the loss in fire resistance against the vampires. SOJ, yeah. Wouldn't that be really funny? If we find an SOJ and then use it on a terrible, rare item. Oh man, please. Loot gods, if you're listening, make it happen. I promise I will use it in a weird rare to add a socket to it. Attack rating. Well, I was gonna say, do I want to trade that in for more durability? But it was only 9 out of 16. But I still think I kind of do, because the attack rating isn't doing that much for me. Use those hot spurs you drop. I'm saving them for the council fight, but yeah, if I had known that I would run into an elite pack of vampires, I might have kept them on. But I am trying to save them for the council members, Brem, Sparkfist, and co. It has not been 30 minutes, but just to reset the timer. TP staff on ground. It wasn't a magical one, right? It was just a normal staff. You'll put them on for council and they'll break ASAP. Well, that's fine if they do. At least they soaked up some fire damage then, maybe. Oh, actually I'm stupid. I need to go to pick them up from the waypoint, so I shouldn't actually have juggled them. I should have just put them on. Well, I guess this way we ensure that I don't take damage on the way down there. But I forgot that I also need to actually get them via the waypoint. You know what's so funny? My bow isn't very good at all, but just because it does decent damage, like it does a little bit of damage, I am so, you know, how do you say, not tempted, but like I feel an urge to go for strafe because I just love a strafe boason, man. Boasons are great, and strafe is, I might like strafe even more than multi-shot. And that is probably due to the fact that I often play like cell-phone characters, and multi-shot really shines with great gear. But with no respecs, it's a little bit late to pivot. Maybe strafe can be a backup attack at some point, but I think we need to keep going with Plague Javelin. Boom boom, taking some fire damage with 75 fire resist.
I can't carry anymore.
Actually, heavy belt. Well, it only has 10 durability. Which I guess is more than my current belt, but I'm not sure how much I want to sink into strength yet. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure I want to go higher, because I think some of the higher tier javelins do require a little bit more strength than what I have. Alright, Act 3 has been looking really good, right? Thank you, self-confessed cynic, for the super chat. No pressure, but I find Boason more fun to watch. No pressure, but here's a little bit of money with an opinion attached to it. Well, I find the Boason more fun to play as well. And if we make insight in a decent bow, it could actually be a good attack. And then Plague Javelin could be the backup instead for physical immunes. But I don't think it's time for that right now, because I have literally 1, 2, 3, 4 skill levels to go before I put my first point into strength. Well, the dodging is fairly simple with a attack with a cooldown timer on it. And the damage is okay. But I think my worry about having enough mana potions for Mephisto was actually sound. No! Alright.
Good day.
The no death today didn't happen. Damn. And you know, I opened my inventory, and this sounds stupid, and it is, but I got like analysis paralysis, or like I had too many options, like which potion should I drink right now, and then I didn't drink any of them, and I died. I like took heavy damage, started running away, opened my inventory like, oh, which potion should I use? And I thought I was safe because I ran like not away from I ran at like a right angle from Mephisto's line of sight, but then I think the vampire killed me with the firewall. First time seeing you live. Oh, and you see me like this. I'm just kidding. Wanted to tell you that I enjoyed the 1-hit-1 kill. Have a nice day. Oh, thank you. Glad you enjoy it. It was a really fun challenge to do. And both the streams and the videos have done really well, obviously, so that's always nice. When something you create gets tons of views. Right, new plan. Let's limit the amount of deaths to 1 today. Almost said 2, jinxing myself. In theory, it shouldn't be difficult to kite Mephisto with this, but I keep like opening my inventory and, you know, overthinking my resources in the middle of the fight. Ooh, now I'm missing all my... Oh, okay, it hit anyway. When he's poisoned, I could get a few bow hits in, but of course that's the danger. Like if you attack, you are not as easy, like as quick to react compared to you know, throwing one javelin every 4 seconds or whatever. Okay. Well, barring any major mistakes, it should be a victory regardless. Even with that unnecessary trip to town. Alright, this looks good. I think I should be good with like one more javelin or maybe two. And now if I had the magic find helm still, I would switch to it right now for the extra magic find, but rip magic find helm. Right, we did it.
But still, there's something.
But the victory doesn't taste as sweet since it got me one time. Splint mail, a bit too heavy, I think. Thank you, Carol, for 4 months. Thank you for the support. Hey, Zarfen, thanks for streaming consistently. Please stop dying. I will do my best about dying. And also, I'm glad you think I stream consistently, because I almost talked to Jamela, because I don't really see myself as a consistent person. Though the last few weeks I've been pretty consistent, I guess. Bonus damage to demons. Decent damage, but thanks to the slower attack speed, I think it's not close. What runes do we need for insight? We need Rel, Tyr, Tal, and Sol. And the Sol rune especially is quite rare. And also we need a 4-socketed bow. And that is very rare. Actually, sorry, it's not rare. It's very hard to get in normal, because bows or items can't drop with 4 sockets naturally in normal. But they can drop with an item level high enough to get 4 sockets. But then you need to take it to Larsuk, which is off limits, or you need to socket it in the cube. And that requires a Rel rune, a perfect amethyst. And one more thing. Now maybe it's just Rel and amethyst. No, it's an Am rune too. Ooh, that's super tough. Balrock. Remember to not kill Izual, or you will get the side quest when you talk to Duriel. Well, doesn't that mean that I should kill Izual to get some free skill points when I am forced to talk to Duriel anyway? I don't see that as breaking the rules. I see that as milking the possibilities of the challenge to their maximum potential. Well, I'm happy to report that Plague Javelin is still super good. So the mana situation is not great, but I also don't really want to spend stat points into energy. Still saving some stat points. Just in case I find something I want to equip. Though with that logic, maybe I should put them in strength right already. No, that doesn't give me much of a benefit. But we are approaching the Hellforge, and that could be huge for us. Not only the rune reward, but depending on what gems we find, we could unlock our first crafted item, like properly crafted items with a jewel and a perfect gem. We could find... Well, actually, I guess that's kind of it, because what are we gonna do with the flawless gems? I mean, we could maybe gem shrine them, but still one socket. But actually, here's a diamond. 11 all res. Okay, I'll take that. Three socket bow Tiertal Amn is a good option. But is it really though? I mean, it's a lot of bonus damage to demons, but I will not really be able to use to make use of the Thorns aura. Or actually, I am approaching level 30, and Valkyrie, actually Valkyrie plus Thorns from Edgebow or Edge Rune Word can actually be pretty strong in a weird roundabout way. I was just gonna say, let's up the pace a little bit to get to the Hellforge, but then I saw a mana potion and I had to go back for that. Just gonna find Izual. Okay, we found the exit. But where is the corrupted angel? And also, will I have the mana to take Izual down even? I guess I have my bow and a quiver of arrows.
I need mana.
That's also downside with arrows, they can miss. The poison cloud can't. Still no quest update. Time to look for some more spears and arrows. Or potentially straight up javelins, I guess.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, a light belt. Thank you for the super chat, Spiff Dickerson. Hey man, thank you for the quality content and getting me back into D2. Oh, thank you. It's my pleasure. Okay, where have I not explored? I guess this corner is a prime suspect. Why are we missing gloves? Oh, they broke. They broke completely. And I didn't want to see the red icon. Oh, here he is.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, that was a bit of an early mana potion. We can start walking towards the next area while we kill him, because it's gonna take a while anyway. I think I need to save my tier rune for our future insight bow, which we are dreaming about. But it would be kind of nice to have a tier rune in a piece of armor or a shield also for mana after each kill, to help with my mana problems. Can you get him stuck on the steps? I don't know, we can try. I think he can follow you, because it's not that big, yeah. He's not a very large boy.
Not enough mana.
Well, he is, but not larger than the arch. Alright, a little grindy, but not too bad. I've had worse Izual fights. Well, or hold on, the lore police is here. Destroy the demon that holds Izual's soul. But Izual is not a demon. I guess it only said that he holds Izual's soul. But the Izual that you fight is not a demon, because you can't damage him with Holy Bolt, for example.
Goodbye, Izual.
Lore. Fail. Thank you, self-confessed cynic, for another super chat. This is definitely different to Crossbow Mercenary. Yeah, I played through Path of Exile 2, the campaign, with a Crossbow Mercenary recently, and that was quite different indeed. That was a little bit more 3 clicks and the entire screen has blown up. Ooh, 2-socketed helm, though... will I ever be able to afford to replace a self-repairing item? That is the question. That is the question. My gut says no, unfortunately. How could you go through such a slog of a fight? Yeah. There will always be more helms. True, but once you start looking for a two-socketed helm for lore, you will never find one. Level 24. Decent, but I would like to be at least 25 before going into Act 5. To start maximizing the good experience gained from Act 5 right away. But I still have all of the Chaos Sanctuary left, so probably no worries on that front. Venom Lords. Notoriously poison resistant. Actually, what I would really like to do is to get to level 30 for the Valkyrie. Need runes for the cube repairs though, and we're rune poor. Yeah. Oops. Reading chat, walking into big pack of monsters. Luckily they are no match for Poison Plague Javelin.
Good day to you, partner.
I need mana. I can't carry anymore.
Thank you, Daria, for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Now I only need to find a spear. It's funny how quickly the pendulum swings. I recently talked about how I was overstacked on javelins and threw 2 stacks on the ground. And here I am. Now I only have 40, like half a stack left before I am completely out. Rune. Hello. That's a decently rare find to get this early. Rune. Very nice. Though what will I use it for? I have no idea.
I am overburdened.
What is a worthy use of an Rune? Thank you, Indy, for becoming a member. Thank you for the support. Port plus Chitium for repairs. Yeah, but isn't that for weapons only? I think you need a railroom for armors, right? And I don't know, it feels so weird to use an Rune to repair a stack of javelins. I guess, I mean, it is a good use case, but it feels weird. Like, surely there has to be a better use case for an early Rune.
I need mana.
Well, being able to throw 90 more plague javelins is a pretty good use, I guess. Pretty good use case. Zephyr or Zephyr. I don't like that rune word very much,
I need
personally. Because I think the rune word is a bit weak, but we are a pretty weak character, so maybe it's actually decent for this run. Looks like we have to go back and farm some javelins soon also. Another skull. Soon we can assemble a triple skull armor if we find a 3-socket one. For tons of regen. And I wouldn't mind that at all, actually. My mana regen is very slow still, due to my very small mana pool. So maybe a few points into energy is actually not a terrible idea. Because the reason why you don't want to spend points into energy normally is that it only adds mana and mana potions. You can buy an infinite number of mana potions in town, but this character can't. So like a slightly bigger mana pool would mean I get more mana out of my mana potions. I get more passive mana regen from my skulls. I actually don't hate that. Well, I do hate putting points into energy on my Amazon, but
not enough mana.
it might not be a terrible idea is what I'm saying. Oh yeah, crafting caster items, that is true. Like, caster items all have mana regen on them, which is usually like... What the heck, why would I waste a stat point on mana regen? But you know, maybe this is the character that would like it. Alright, we'll see if we get an amethyst from the Hellforge first. Because we need a perfect gem to craft anything. .64 chance to hit. Yikes. So hopefully this is the Hellforge, and it is. Well, we can kite him all the way to the waypoint and back, no problems. He's catching up to me though. Oh, he died. Nice.
I am overburdened.
And it's very nice that we do not have to talk to Deckard Cain or anything before we start this quest. But this will also be a bunch more gems and stuff to carry around in the inventory. I guess I will use the soul stone. 8 runes give mana regen too. Man, yeah, a stealth armor would be very nice to have. So, I mean, if I get a Tal rune from the Hellforge, I'm happy. And I do still have the scale mail. And I mean, it does come with a slight movement speed penalty. But at the same time, stealth itself has has a lot of run speed on it. So it should still be a net positive. Or javelins left. I think it's safe to say that I jinxed the javelin situation in Act 3 when I said who needs all of this crap and threw like 2 stacks of javelins on the ground. Alright, let's pray for good luck. I'm not exactly sure what we want even. If you get a ruby, craft blood boots. I could craft blood boots, but blood especially has so many good options, like blood belts, blood gloves. But also, let's not get too attached to any individual craft, because unless it gets self-repair, it will also break. So Nephrune, awful. Flawless Amethyst, that is 1 gem shrine away from being a perfect Amethyst. And perfect ruby, so we do have a blood craft. And actually, blood gloves. Blood gloves is ruby and neph, right? But the problem, is but the problem is that I don't think blood gloves for the crushing blow are that great for us right now. With being plague javelin focused, and if I start using them right now, I will not have them for later. Let's go put him in the stash for now, I was about to say, but of course, no. I even have, look at that, two flawless amethysts. Ooh, craft a ring or an amulet so they won't break. I really like that. That's clever. Oh man, my voice is really giving out already. Sorry for all the noises. Have you thought about trying to continue the 1 HP challenge, or trying the 1 HP challenge again? Yeah. Sometime. I will revisit that for sure. I went back to Act 1 to quickly look for a gem shrine. Maybe I get lucky. Oh yeah, that's a problem with bloodcrafts. Sol for ring, am for amulet. And I think I have much more important, like pressing, or much better use cases for both ams and sols than a bloodcraft. But the problem with blood boots is that they're gonna break. Eventually.
I am overburdened.
I got flawless diamond, flawless amethyst, and perfect ruby. Normal sapphire. I see you found a tome of identify. Here's a coffee to celebrate. Coffee from me to celebrate. Thank you, VRL. Thank you for the super chat. We did eventually find one from the bookshelves. Yeah, crushing blow is less effective, but it is still effective. I mean, I know it's been more than 10 minutes, but can we just take a look? Maybe the javelins are still here. No, they aren't. Alright, let's run around in Kurast just a little bit, because I really need more javelins. I have 3 to my name in total. I think the problem is that I probably opened most poppables. Well, at least I found some I didn't open.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Yeah, Kurast is a town. Yeah, let's pretend that once a town is abandoned, it becomes something else. But that is funny though, that we're technically in a town. Nothing. What about Lost City? That's even in the name. Gold. How many stacks of javelins do you think we need for Diablo? I would say we probably need 2 stacks for at least. Or 2 stacks should be fine for the Chaos Sanctuary and Diablo. Ooh, short spear. That is a javelin. 32. 3. Correct, Circlet. And this is a polearm, right? Yeah, it is. Drop the armor. Yeah, I mean, a 2-socketed body armor is not that rare, right? It's not that rare. I want my stealth so badly though, but who knows how long it's gonna take to find that Tal rune. Would it be possible to do a challenge where you're only allowed to kill rares and uniques? Oh yeah, like unique monsters. Interesting.
I can't carry anymore.
I mean, if you would allow yourself to kill like repeat them, of course, then yeah, it would definitely be possible. But that is an interesting question, especially if you decide to like do it single pass, like you cannot save and exit and repeat farm. Oof, nice. 69 stack, which was indeed nice. Alright, I would like 1 more stack of javelins if possible. But at least now we have 72 plus 30, so we have more than 100. Maybe that will be enough. Why are all the enemies running away from you? I used to believe that when it's because of my level, but actually someone told me that once you have smashed the orb in Travincal, the Saka room enemies start running away from you. But only those though, not everyone. But like the Zealots or Saka roomites. The guys with halberds and the white robes.
I can't. I am overburdened. I am overburdened.
What? Full inventory or full tome, alright. I need to identify more questionable items now. For sure.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, let's give the Chaos Sanctuary a try. Players 1. Okay, it doesn't show up, but I'm pretty sure I went back to Players 1. In Act 3, you can almost just barely use the stash using telekinesis from outside of town. What? No way! I had no idea, Robbie Stark. That's super cool. Another Neph rune. Did you miss it? No, I left it. Scaling risk with how much much bank you got. Funny. That's a niche joke, but it is kind of funny. I guess I'm not built to be a trader. Judging by how I play Diablo 2 challenges. And I also did that with javelins, or like all my resources basically.
I need mana.
Using telekinesis to access the stash from outside of town would be against the spirit of the challenge, right? Yeah, I think so. But only because I've made it about not... Like, I've explicitly said not using the stash as well. Otherwise it would be very funny exploit for the challenge, or how to say.
I can't carry anymore.
But yeah, especially if you could reliably do it.
I am overburdened.
And actually, I'm still thinking about the stash thing. And you know, obviously you think, well, you are on Amazon, so it's not gonna come into play. But you can actually find the rings and also probably staffs with charges of telekinesis on them. But I did explicitly say in the first one that I was not gonna use the shared stash. because it's in town, but it could be kind of funny. And especially, actually, if you're not a sorceress, you have a limited amount of telekinesis costs as well. So then it could be really funny, like, yes, you can access your shared stash, but a limited number of times. But the stash is so big, so I think that if it was like the old Diablo 2, like Diablo 2 Classic, with like, what is it, 12 more slots or something, then it could be a fun like loophole in the challenge. But getting access to the entire huge stash we have right now would basically remove this part from the challenge to some extent. Am I on players 1? Is this... yeah, this is really what we are dealing with. I guess I should start worrying a bit about Javelin efficiency again, because I have... well, actually, I was gonna say I do have healing potions, but not Javelins, but I guess I didn't really have healing potions either. Well, my boots are still here, but not for long. Yeah, I should probably just take them down with my arrows, because that was really... that was a lot better than the poison against the poison resistant guys. Let's remove the curse. A shrine itself is not so good in the Chaos Sanctuary, because they just curse it away, but you can also use the like a one-time curse heal, which is kind of funny. Ooh, another edge bow. Isn't it kind of weird to find so many exceptional weapons in Act in so early in normal?
I can't.
Maybe not. Feels that way to me anyway. 3 sockets also. This could be our edge bow. But Tyr Tal Amn. Something tells me that it's gonna be a while until we see that. What else can I do? 3 edgy 5U. Can I... a Zephyr doesn't work because it's 3 socket. And it's gonna be tough to juggle if it's only a white item. Yeah, I think the problem with Edge as like a main rune word...
I am overburdened.
I know that it has big bonus damage to demons, but most enemies that will resist Plague Javelin are undead, right? So it would be much... well, the Venom Lords it would be great against, but like all of the enemies in Act 2, the zombies and the cadavers and the... what's his face? The second wave in Bale's throne room. That mummy is always poison immune. And not
I can't
a
carry anymore.
demon. Thank you, Master Ronin, for the Prime sub. I appreciate the support. Thank you, thank you.
I need mana.
I don't think I have enough javelins to take down Diablo. But there is still time to find either a spear or straight up javelins. Another F rune.
I can't carry anymore.
I sadly don't think I'm interested. Actually, let's just in case. Yeah, exactly. That was what I was saying before. That I am not so hot on the bonus damage. I mean, it's great against the demons, but the Thorns aura, and then when I get to level 30 and get the Valkyrie, that could be a very strong way to take down bosses actually. Because bosses do bonus damage to minions, and then they reflect the bonus damage via thorns. I'm also so rare. I'm so low on mana potions right now as well.
I need mana.
Ooh, the creepy pie. That is one rough curse for this character, because she needs to run away. In an ambitious attempt to save some ammunition, I'm gonna try to skip a few enemies, but it's gonna be hard to take down the Seal Guardians without dealing with like Venom Lords in the area. Well, at least right now I'm like using my splash in a very strong way. Oh, and I got a bunch of mana potions too, very nice. Maybe there is hope after all. Well, in that case, look at the rare. Actually, maybe someone said that in chat already. We should do a repeat from Act 3. Hey Nibs, welcome to the stream. Yeah, there is a link at the top of the chat with all my gear, but I can do a quick sweep through since I had my inventory open anyway. My gear is trash for the most part. It is a very gimped character. But I should save the hotspurs for Diablo
I can't carry anymore.
to better survive his fire ring. Ooh, run! Add Neff to the bow. I don't hate that idea. To have for the knockback. It would be immediately useful for taking down the Venom Lords. Let's do it. And also 3-socketed kite shield, please. Oh, I can't use it. Okay, time to invest some strength, in some strength. Oh, it is a 3-socketed kite shield. Let's go. 22 out of 30 durability is not great, but... Oh, and here we go. Brandy stock. Well, actually, I don't have any... I don't have any extra arrows. Were there any arrows back here? Surely there were some arrows somewhere.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, beautiful. Because I don't want to... Actually, can I? Oh, nice. I restocked as well. Because I'm using arrows now to fire, to save mana. I'm not using magic arrows. I don't want to use this quiver. Oh, man. This was clutch. I don't think we could have taken down Diablo without a few more spears. I only had 50 left and still 2 Seal Guardians. Alright, I can bring the Death Rune. Gets you closer to Tal. Yeah, but I don't think I can keep like a bunch of low runes for cubing purposes. I simply don't have the space, right? Oops. Grand Charm. Oops, almost exited from the game. Actually, I'm not sure why I keep identifying the Grand Charms, because there is almost nothing that I would consider good enough to be using right now. I had to use a rejuve. Like, there is almost no Grand Charm that can spawn right now that I would actually use. Like, if it had life and mana, like 20 life and 20 mana, maybe. But even then, 3 inventory spaces, I don't think so, honestly. And if that's the case, I obviously should not identify them. Alright, the knockback is nice. That was a good idea. You can ditch that talisman. Oh, charm. Yeah. I just did, after clinging to it for so long. But 1-4 lightning damage, I mean, it's starting to become very little. But it is not too far off from being 10% actually, so I actually think I should actually still use it, like for the bow switch. Whoops, I did not mean to unequip my belt. Like on the bow switch, it is between 5 and 10% increase in damage. Oh boy. That is true. Faster hit recovery could be good already. Because my hit recovery isn't great. And it does punish me. Like when I'm followed, and when I try to herd enemies with the Javelin switch, I sometimes get knocked into hit recovery, so I can't attack, and I get swarmed, right? It is normal. It is hell challenge or just normal. Well, it is a hell challenge, but currently we are in normal. But we are taking it to hell for sure. And right now things are looking pretty bad, but they also looked pretty good in Act 3, if I may say so myself. So I am cautiously optimistic, but right now we are a little bit scrappy. Also might give that thought about investing some more in dodge, evade and avoid some thought, because it could be nice to have a little bit more damage evasion. Right, one more Seal Guardian. And it is the hardest one, but now I will also have cleared out all, like the entire rest of the sanctuary, so I have plenty of room to kite them. The Infector of Souls, of course, I'm talking about. No stamina potions. Oh, here's a stamina potion. If I could somehow get my chance to hit up, and I can put points into dexterity, but I'm not that committed to the bow switch yet. But having some more chance to hit would be very strong, especially combined with the knockback, because then I can almost stun lock my enemies. But for now I keep taking the super powerful scaling of Plague Javelin, and I keep having one leftover skill point. I guess I'm taking it in Valkyrie later. And I guess if I'm taking Valkyrie later, I should put it in evade now. That should help a little bit in the short term. And of course, what the evade does is that it gives me a chance to dodge when running or walking, and I do that a lot, so probably a very worthwhile skill to have. I honestly thought I already had a couple of points in there. Safety TP. Well, I do have a safety TP all the way back here somewhere. I did find a portal on the ground and plopped it down instead of throwing it. Mana situation is looking a little grim.
Good day to you, partner.
Healing potion situation looks alright. Not great, but alright. But here's a problem. This is there are two different map spawns for, or like map layouts for this seal, and this is definitely the worst one. Because now the Infector of Souls will not spawn until I click the seal over here, and then they will spawn here. So I will be locked in. So the whole kiting plan is definitely looking a little sketchy. But I can perhaps abuse their AI, yeah. Because Infector of Souls has not started running after me. The minions kind of short circuit and run back and forth. Like some of the minions saw me, but the Infector of Souls did not see me. So they are freaking out and don't know what to do. Is this cheesy? Yes. But I think it's exactly what I need right now. A little bit of cheese. Okay, one down at least. Let's see if I can bring a few more. And the only thing I really want to avoid is, of course, to get the Infector here. Too early. Oop. I moved a little too too far forward. They're trying to kite you. Oh, that's what they're doing. Well, I think they are missing one component to the kiting plan. And that is attacking. And also, it's not... Oh, here he comes. Okay, so it was a beautiful strategy for a while, but... Well, at least I killed a few of them, and I, like, pulled them apart, so I could actually escape. So that was a very good fight. Well, it's not over, but now I feel very confident in that I will win. I even have a stamina potion in my inventory if I run out of stamina for kiting. Though in a perfect world I can save that for Diablo himself. Oh, now we're passing my safety portal. It's not actually as much of a safety portal as it is like... If I die and have to do the walk of shame back here, it's a time saver portal. I guess that's what a safety portal is, but like I can't use it to escape to safety.
I can't carry anymore.
Alright, nice. Very good fight. And let's put on the fire boots now to have some more fire resistance against Diablo. And let's drink the antidote for one more life potion in my inventory. Alright, let's go. My boots are breaking, my armor is breaking. But my spirit is not breaking. You can see I did damage to him, but it's not a lot. %50 chance to hit with the bow. So I really want to make sure that my javelins land. Well, perfect timing, Diablo. As I just missed one completely. Let's see if I can lure him into this cloud. Now he used the lightning. And now I'm gonna try walking for a while to regen some stamina without using the potion. Oh, I was walking. That was a little bit questionable, but I thought I was running. And it turns out I was safe regardless. I'm missing way too many of my javelins. One more mana potion. We're doing decent progress at him, but... No! How did he not get poisoned from that cloud? But I am running so low on mana. And actually now I'm so worried about my mana that I'm not even attacking him. Because I want him to use a spell before I throw the javelin. Okay, one more. How can you walk out of that? Such BS. Alright, I do have full rejuvenation potions, but I kind of do not want to use those for mana, right? Well, I guess I can use one of them for mana and health. Almost down to 50, but I am also completely out of mana potions. Well, I'm also out of life soon. And I just realized, and no one tell Diablo, but if he uses the poison, the bone prison, I am screwed because I don't have any town portals to TP out with. And of course I couldn't use that trick anyway, because then I would go to town. Oh, did I use all my arrows?
I can't carry anymore.
Yikes. I did not even consider that an option for this fight, that I would run out of arrows. But here we are. Ooh, this feels like a tough battle. Still has half of his HP left.
I need mana.
Right, tactical retreat.
I can't
Oh,
carry
a large
anymore.
charm. Maybe this is a little bit more elemental damage. It is, it is. It is. Wish I had that from the start. Oh, arrows, perfect. I was actually looking if there was any bolts I had skipped, because you can put 2 bolts in a into the cube to make a stack of arrows. Alright, hold on, I just gotta take this. Alright. Diablo's all, hello, where are you, bro? Yeah, where did it go? Where did the Amazon go? So, 344 arrows. I really wish I had a little bit more attack rating now, because my arrows aren't really hitting either, right? They're missing a lot. Do you have some points into the critical strike? I think I have 1 point in critical strike. And actually, if this gonna turn into a drawn-out long fight, I also need to be really careful about my life total. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to drink... I thought I was drinking a stamina potion because my stamina was out, but I don't even have any more, I think. And it's such a funny situation, because if I had more mana and maybe a few more javelins, I think this fight would have been very easy from here. But I'm running out of arrows, I don't have any mana. So like the plague javelin is doing decent damage, but I simply don't I don't have more plague javelins in me right now. I mean, I'm regening my mana slowly. And now we have another one just here. Gotta drink a potion. Well, I think we'll make it. Well, let's not be cocky yet, but I think this looks decent. I mean, that random arrow quiver find might have been what saves us in the end. Which is kind of hilarious, if that is the difference maker. A quiver of arrows from a random enemy. Yeah, it's just my arrows do so little damage in comparison to one plague javelin. It's like 50 average compared to 400. But I mean, every bit counts, every bit of damage helps. Being very careful to try and time my plague javelins to when it just starts a long animation, so that every plague javelin lands right now. Oof. I was just gonna say that was a little bit slow, and he almost ran away from it. Luckily, he ran straight into the plague javelin. Ooh. Well, I should be decently good on life because I do have the rejuves as well. Okay, let's see. Shoot at me. All right, run at me. That's also fine. Okay, there should be like one more plague javelin, or maybe just a few arrows. Alright. Soon I have another one, and let's make sure it hits. Ooh. Oh boy, I was just gonna say, isn't he gonna die? Shouldn't he die right now? And the boots that were so good for this fight, they held up. Thanks for the GGs. GG. Ate a face full of lightning for that hit, but it was all worth it. Alright, let's identify some loot. Ooh, what a fight. I mean, the last few challenges have had some absolutely epic boss fights, which is kind of funny to have in, or like, it's nice to have that in Diablo 2, because a lot of the time the boss fights aren't really that cool. Another replenishment helm. But do I want to trade 15 fire res for more poison res, 2 life and 1 energy? I don't think so. If it had been more life and more energy, I would have been interested, but like 1 mana and 2 life, I guess it does technically have more defense too, but I think the fire res is better. Gothic shield. All res. A 9 mana. Damage reduction, and also 10 damage taken goes to mana. That's a pretty cool stat. Though I'm 1 full level away. But this could be a very solid shield for us, actually. That masked self-repaired a point before you identified. Wow, I didn't notice that. So that could be a way to actually, you know what? That's super cool, Ludite, because if that's true, then, or like, I believe you. So I mean, if that's how it works, then we can, if we have a rare that we are on the fence on, we can look at the durability for like a minute to see if it repairs itself. Yeah, but I think Rel or Tal is gonna be better. The problem is that I don't have a Rel or Tal yet. And also this gives me the option to not go to 60 strength unless I need it for something else. Rare belt, only 8 durability, but ooh, this is nice. Life regen, mana, and 24% fast rate recovery. That is very nice. It sucks because I will lose a row of potions, but right now that is not an issue. Right now that is not an issue. And 2 light radius. That is true, Madman. It is actually not just a row, it is also 4 inventory slots. But it's so nice. Why so many keys? Good question. I probably don't even need 2 full rows. Alright, and now we need to speak to the guy.
Good day. It is good. Thank you, hero.
And of course, I couldn't control that he gave me skill points for killing Izual. Up it later. Ooh, dude, that's right. And I mean, upping an item from normal to exceptional is not that resource intensive. So that could definitely be a use case. I got a free heal. Man, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I was not thinking whatsoever, so I just ran and got a free heal. I don't know how much mana and life I had, but I'm gonna damage myself as punishment. Restart the run. You know what, actually, I do have life and mana regen, so before the next stream, I'm just gonna stand still for 5 minutes anyway, so it won't matter. But I should not have done that. Complete autopilot. Stop, you violated the law. Alright, I have to end now, unfortunately. The reason I started early today was because I needed to leave a little bit early. So I'm glad we managed to kill Diablo, and we beat 2 full acts today, which is much more progress than the first time. Oh, I already had full life and mana anyway. Alright. Have a nice weekend, everyone. Thank you for today. I had a really good stream. Good. I was gonna say fun and good, but it became good instead. And hopefully I'll continue this on Monday, but I'll make sure to schedule the stream in advance for whenever it happens. And the character is looking pretty scrappy, but we did make it to the end of, to the final act of normal, and I would be surprised if we can't push through. But maybe I was a little bit overly confident when the doubters were coming, and I was like, watch me defeat this challenge, because I am feeling like we are very scrappy. It's a very scrappy run, but that's what's fun, right? All right, anyway, take care everyone. Have a nice Friday and a nice weekend, and I'll see you another time.